say that, but it is the sad, sad truth. I am not a saint, far from it, so don't throw that in my face. But your abuse over the years to women, dishonesty, sleeping around, betrayal, debasing, belittling, needs to be called out. Sam is a good mother and a good person under the circumstances that you have created, and I know deep down you know that. For you to try to label her as unstable for your own advantage is despicable and abusive. Is there any sense of decency left in you? She did not ask for or deserve any of that, which has come to her by your hand. Neither did Meredith. Meredith is the first wife. I know you think this is a big competition and that we have taken her side. Bunk. We are on the side of good, and that is not you. Go ahead and call me self-righteous. I don't care. Don't you dare run to her and cry foul that we shared this. That's what babies do. It's time for someone. I wish it was a strong man to stand up to your abusive behavior and call it out, especially against women. We still love you, but we are broken by your behavior and lack of character. I don't want to write emails like this and never thought I would. If it damages our relationship further, then so be it, but at least I have said my piece. And yes, we are praying for you. And you don't deserve to know how we're praying, so skip the snarky reply. I don't want an answer to this. I don't want to debate with you. You twist and abuse everything I say anyway. But on behalf of all women, and I know it's many, you have abused in some way, I say get some help and take an honest look at yourself. Mom. This is not an anonymous smear. I know a little bit about mother's love. I know a little bit about mother's tough love. This is not an anonymous smear, but it is an extraordinary, painful, candid rebuke. And Mr. President, why do I have this letter? This is not a letter that anyone in this body had. This is a letter that appeared in a newspaper about a month ago. The only people that would have had this email are family, the people closest in the world to Pete Hegseth. No one else would have seen this. No one else would have had it. No one else could have read it on the floor of the Senate unless someone very close to Pete Hegseth, a member of his immediate family, decided years after it was written that a man nominated to be Secretary of Defense, whose character had led his own mother to write this letter, this is a fact that should be put before the public in analyzing the character and qualifications of this individual. Not anonymous. Pete Hegseth's former sister-in-law, Danielle Hegseth, who had been married to his brother, Nathaniel, submitted an affidavit that is in the Senate records, available to all of my colleagues, and all have read this affidavit or made a decision that they didn't want to read it, but it's available to all of us. And the affidavit that Danielle has written about the treatment that was referred to by his mother in this letter, it's completely consistent with what the mother says. The mother wrote this. It's now public. Danielle has signed an affidavit about it. It's now public, and it's completely consistent with what the mother said. Danielle Hegseth is not anonymous. There's a whistleblower report that is available to all Senate members. I read it 10 days ago. It's for members only, but it's available to all 100 of us. And I hope all of my colleagues have read it. It would be a huge mistake to vote on this nomination not having read that whistleblower report. What does the whistleblower report involve? It's anything from anonymous. It's a report that was generated years ago when Pete Hegseth was the leader of an organization called Concerned Veterans of America. It wasn't created for this hearing. It wasn't created because of a Secretary of Defense nomination. It was created by disgruntled employees in an organization that Pete Hegseth was leading. It's a 7-page, single-space whistleblower report. And again, Mr. President, I got to say, it's anything but anonymous. In fact, it mentions, by my count, 36 names of individuals connected with Concerned Veterans for America and multiple events of improper behavior by Pete Hegseth as the leader. Being at work events impaired by alcohol, creating a toxic work culture that led to sexual harassment of women employees, repeated instances of unprofessional behavior and fiscal mismanagement of the organization. And I know that Pete Hegseth calls that anonymous smears, but when you read this 6-page document, and again, I just want to say to any public watching this, the senators in this body have all had access to it. So if you see somebody like Pete Hegseth saying it's an anonymous smear, no, the members of this body have all had access to Danielle Hegseth's affidavit, to Pete Hegseth's admissions, to the mother's letter, and to a whistleblower report with 36 names in it, attesting to a variety of unprofessional behaviors. That document was provided to Mr. Hegseth and his attorney, and they submitted a response. But by my read of the document, they could not get a single individual whose name is mentioned to challenge or retract any of the statements that are made in the document. This is anything but anonymous. Again, all members have seen this. All members have had access to it. These are not anonymous claims. They are on-the-record claims by people very close to this man, including, in a most unusual way, his own mother. Now, Mr. President, I will acknowledge this. There are some who have come forward who are anonymous. I have to acknowledge that. They're anonymous because they're afraid. I have had extensive conversations with a close personal friend of the second wife who has told me things that are directly supportive of the public materials contained in the mother's letter and the Danielle Hegseth affidavit. I don't know that he knows Danielle, but what he told me is completely consistent with Danielle Hegseth's allegations that Pete Hegseth was abusive to his second wife. But this individual is afraid to come forward and have his name mentioned because he believes that if his name was mentioned, he would be subject to abuse and potentially violence. I have spoken to a close friend of Jane Doe, the complainant in the sexual assault allegation and the sexual assault civil complaint and settlement, with direct knowledge of this. And she has told me a number of things that confirm the public reporting about the sexual assault allegation, but she is afraid for her own physical safety to come forward. And I've spoken to one of the individuals whose name is mentioned among the 36 whose name is mentioned in the whistleblower report, who participated in putting it together years ago, who was able to give some texture and context to this report that all members have had access to. She expressed a willingness to speak to the FBI about it. She doesn't want to come forward publicly because she's afraid, but she expressed a willingness. Mr. President, get this. She expressed a willingness weeks ago to talk to the FBI about the whistleblower report, which they had. And as of 2 hours ago, the FBI has not been in contact with a single individual whose name is mentioned in this whistleblower report. Now, we already know that the FBI, in their initial investigation, they did not reach out to either of the wives, wife 1 and wife 2. They didn't reach out. I haven't seen the FBI report. I'm not allowed to see it. It's only accessible by our committee chair and ranking. But I asked Senator Reid, was there any reference to, was there any evidence that either of the first wives were interviewed? I mean, you had the letter from the mother. Why wouldn't you go talk to the wives about the behavior? The FBI didn't talk to the first or second wife. They had to go back and do an interview after we brought that up, that they hadn't even done it. And they did a cursory interview about Mr. Hegseth's drinking, but didn't ask him about the abuse allegations. But as of 2 hours ago, the FBI still has not reached out to a single person whose name is contained as someone with knowledge about the whistleblower report and the activities of Mr. Hegseth when he was the CEO or the lead executive of Concerned Veterans for America. I am saddened that a friend of wife 2, that a friend of Jane Doe, that somebody who is a whistleblower is so physically afraid to come forward and say what they know because of fears of violence against them. That makes me sad, but I will state my reputation on this. What they have told me is a direct match and an affirmation of the material contained in the public accounts from the mother, from Pete Hegseth's own admissions, from the sexual assault facts that we know, from the Danielle Hegseth affidavit. So, Mr. President, I've taken some time to go over this to show that the material that this body is considering is not anonymous, and now I want to turn to the second. It's not a smear. The Pete Hegseth allegation seems to be that this is all created at the last minute to try to derail him from being Secretary of Defense. And in that way, it's a smear. Couldn't be farther from the truth. The sexual assault claim happened years ago. It was not created to try to stop Pete. The whistleblower report was written more than a decade ago. It was not written to stop Pete Hegseth from being Secretary of Defense. Pete Hegseth has admitted to serial infidelity years ago. Those allegations were not brought up to stop Pete Hegseth from being Secretary of Defense. And finally, this letter from Pete Hegseth's mother, it was sent years ago. And it wasn't sent to stop Pete Hegseth from being Secretary of Defense. It was sent, as his own mother has recently stated in media interviews, as a message of love. This painful, painful email was sent to her son as a message of love. None of this material was a smear. None of this material was created once Pete Hegseth was nominated to be Secretary of Defense to try to stop him. This material has been around for many, many years and was created contemporaneously with abuse that he was visiting upon others because people were trying to stop him. They were trying to stop him as a message of love. They were praying for him. They were encouraging him to look in the mirror and improve. And yet he says, this is all a smear. That is not the case. They are not smears. They are clear and consistent and contemporaneous reports of the behavior, judgment, impulse control, and character of this nominee for the most important cabinet position that any president will forward to the United States Senate. Mr. President, I'm going to conclude and just say this. We can do better. As a nation, we can do better. As a United States Senate, we can do better. Supporters of President Trump can do better. Members of the military can do better. Veterans can do better. Blue Star families. I'm one. My kid's a Marine reservist. We can do better. We need to do better. We need to do better by our active duty. We need to do better by our Guard and Reserve. We need to do better by DOD civilians. We need to do better by military families. We need to do better by defense contractors. We need to do better by all who care about the important mission of the American military, and we can do better. Mr. President, you and I both know this. There are so many good public officials who have aligned on the Republican side, who have supported President Trump, who have their own credentials in this body. I could name a bunch, but I'm worried I'd forget one and then get in trouble with one of the ones I don't name. But in this body, there are senators who have served honorably in the military and are well qualified for the position of Secretary of Defense. In the House, there are members who are loyal to this president, who have served honorably in the military and are qualified to be Secretary of Defense. We have governors, we have mayors, we have leaders of companies who have supported this president and are loyal to his agenda and could get a 98-2 vote like Mark Esper did, or a 98-1 vote like General Mattis did, and would be loyal to this president and carry out this president's agenda. They are there. There are hundreds of them without the personal baggage of sexual assault claims that have been settled, of allegations of spousal abuse that have been testified to, of allegations of drunkenness on the job and fiscal mismanagement that are the subject of a very extensive report written by non-anonymous co-workers. And so as we near the vote for this most important position, my plea to my colleagues, as one who has supported every Secretary of Defense who's ever come before my committee, Democrat or Republican, is don't rush this and make a mistake. No one in this room, should this break badly following a confirmation, can say, wow, I didn't know. I didn't know. Everyone knows. Everyone has access to this material. Everyone knows the risk we would be undertaking in confirming Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense. There will be no place, no shelter, no refuge of, wow, I was unaware of this. But more importantly than that, we all know people right in this chamber who are qualified by background, who are qualified by credential, but most importantly are qualified by character to undertake this most solemn responsibility. Let's get this one right. Let's take the time and get this one right. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. from the great Lone Star State of Texas. That's where these guys are from.
Spring, Texas, they have great items that are all different pending what you're looking for, but all non-GMO, no chemicals. This is a Christian company, veteran hired as well. They bring on veterans to work at this great company in Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. One of the lotions actually repels mosquitoes as well, which lots of them down there in the Gulf of America. You see, I'm already using that.
I like that.
And also, if you're concerned too, for the ladies out there that need a gift for their guy comes Valentine's Day, there's a great black a vessel, a wonderful lotion for men that's still manly men approved and approved by moi and toi. So make sure you get that for your significant other one way or another, because this stuff is good, especially this time of year. I get the dry hands and I'm putting that lotion on. This is one of the finest that's out there, and you're supporting the values that we support here at the network. And these are just really good people. Angelpaste.com. Check them out, and it works. Trust me, it works. You saw that I put some on, and wow, I did not have any more dry skin.
That is true.
That's true.
That is 100% facts, and we are sharing facts with you here at the network, of course. You spoke about Gulf of America. So my wife and I went to when it was called the Gulf of Mexico down in Florida last summer. And it's just beautiful down there. So looking forward to that weekend vacation trip and to see the Gulf of America. I know we should, and Robert and I spoke about this, we haven't shared this with anybody here, but we should have a live event down there at the Gulf of America and just say, hey, we're live at the Gulf of America. I don't know what else we'd say after that, but it's going to be kind of cool if we got a chance to do that.
Well, some of these places are big destinations for, spring breakers in Destin or even St. George along 30A, Rosemary Beach as well. Would be great to get their take on what President Trump will accomplish by then, roughly 2 or 3 months into the White House in his tenure. And I would always love to get a virgin pina colada and just walk and stroll the beach in sunglasses and my Hawaiian shirt and talk to the great American patriots enjoying their spring break.
All right, there you go. We know what Bobby likes to drink down in Florida along the Gulf of America. So again, if you're just joining us right now, we'll be going to Los Angeles here in just a minute. Let's talk about weather for one more second, because we know the snow in Louisiana and Mississippi, Alabama, parts of Florida, and in Texas, that was wild. So for those of you that are watching from those states, what was that, right? 2 to 3 inches of snow. Quite the little snowstorm there. And also the fact that a lot of places don't have the snow plows and the salt trucks. So that's why it's a big deal, of course, in the South. For those of you watching in upstate New York right now, my wife and I are both from Pennsylvania, so we get blizzards. And then this guy, you're from Chicago, so I think he gets it too.
I am used to the ice and the snow and the sleet and all that salt, but the infrastructure up north, of course, prepared for that. One of the strangest things I saw yesterday at my own residence was the pool still has water in it, and that is frozen over now. So I've never seen a frozen public pool, but hopefully it doesn't cause any damage. We just don't expect to have such freezing temperatures, and people, taking pictures of that. And I have a couple of pictures on my phone that are a little bit harder to make out, but it looks like if you're ready to try an ice bath, not a bad idea for a cold water plunge challenge, even down here in Alabama.
Definitely, and don't do as we are talking about, of course. Now, it would be fun to ice skate on something like that in the South, but whatever. I'm a hockey fan, but being in the South's great too, because college football is also awesome down here. All right, so let's get back to it. We're getting off track there, Robert. We shouldn't do that. All right, so we say we're in this together. You see that there. That is a live picture, of course, from Los Angeles. We know that President Trump will be having a briefing there in LA. He will also be touring the LA area. So the question is, will we see him tour the Pacific Palisades neighborhood? Now, we do have that camera that's live there on the bottom right of your screen. That may be the camera that does that. And then this would be the second live opportunity, which is a briefing. So there are 2 stops that he's making. So we're going to bring you everything that we get here for the live feeds, as we are about close to 9 minutes right there on the spot, 9 minutes from the top of the hour on this Friday, bringing you live coverage from the Golden State in California. This will be quite interesting to hear what President Trump has to say, because Will it be the same President Trump in the sense of the Truth Social post, blaming Gavin Newsom? I'm sure it will, in the sense of at least saying that the mismanagement that's happening out there, Robert.
Well, and right there is Congressman Ted Lieu, who has been one of the furthest left in the House of Representatives since his tenure. Glad to see he's there. Perhaps you will see more bipartisan cooperation and a coalition, but California is a different brand of Democrats seemingly compared to the Midwest and even the southeastern states with a lot of their rhetoric and of course their party infrastructure and leadership coming out of California recently, whether it's Newsom or Pelosi, of course former Vice President Kamala Harris being now a Los Angeles resident as well, and apparently her home in danger, and we of course don't wish for anyone to be in danger or lose their property in these situations. Even the great Mel Gibson has lost really so many iconic items from his home in Malibu, but mentioning that these things can be replaced. And of course, but he has some timeless art, of course, some Oscars in there as well. But as long as your health is there, you can rebuild. Of course, him reminding us of that. But this has been a tragedy for people in Southern California, and we want to solve this as quickly as possible with so much of it contained. But speaking to those wonderful ladies earlier in the broadcast, the Santa Ana winds, if you have not experienced them, they can be up to hurricane force, hundreds of miles per hour at times, and it's almost like it will push you over. I've experienced it myself, and once that gets caught in there with that dryness, God help us. That's what makes it so terrible that these potential arsonists were maybe responsible for some of these, because that you can't go out and do that, let alone in a wet area, but in a dry area, my goodness, this is why these fires spread so quickly and rapidly.
There are many articles within the past 24 hours pertaining to what we're about to listen to here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. 6,000, this is 3 hours ago, 6,000 Hollywood workers urge film and TV to stay in LA to help city rebuild after wildfires. It's that bad there. We know that Georgia is the biggest state right now when it comes to where people are filming TV series and even movies, right?
Oh yes, in the last decade it's really grown thanks to people like Tyler Perry and others who have brought those productions to Georgia, but it's also those tax breaks. It's the generally very good weather as well. A lot of sunshine down in the Sun Belt, but beautiful studios being built, and because really of the overregulation and taxation happening in Hollywood, it's really pushed out two of its major industries, mostly to Georgia, but others as well, whether that's the tech industry or Hollywood in and of itself. We have cities like Toronto and Canada doing very well with filming as well. And there's Karen Bass, there's the mayor of Los Angeles, is there. So we will see how those interactions go between her and President Trump. He has not held back in the criticism, and rightfully so. She was on an overseas trip when this was all happening. They knew of it potentially growing to this point. She still went on that trip, and she's more responsible for why the water reserves were not working in specific areas.
Well, here's the thing. Let's talk about this in real time. I'm seeing more and more stories here. LA wildfires disrupt major events across Southern California. They're prompting new focus on community mitigation efforts. I mean, the people had to come together for this.
Right.
Now let's look here. She knows, the mayor knows that she's standing in front of cameras right now. So she knows that this could be live or there's other things going on. She is a public figure. But we see her carrying on, and I know that you have to still laugh or enjoy a moment in time. I get that. But having said that, this is all about LA wildfires. And if I was one of the people we just interviewed who lost a lot of their structures or their housing or their business, I don't want to see the Democrat mayor carrying on and kicking it and laughing. I'm just sorry. If that's too much of being too judgy, I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is right now. She should not be just kicking it and laughing and carrying on. She should be sitting over there or being on the phone call right now with somebody that dealt with something so tragically in an area. Again, a lot of you that are watching right now are not obviously in Los Angeles watching. I know that some of you are, but for the rest of the country, think about if this were to happen in your neck of the woods, right? You wouldn't want your mayor to be, oh, ha, 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 like, what are you doing?
Right.
Like, we want to hold leaders accountable. We're indirectly doing it right now. She's probably obviously not going to watch Right Side or anything, but Still, though, just go make a phone call. Stop chumming it. Like we're so sick of the politicians chumming it. We just want common sense.
Well, this seems to be the disconnect. And even going back to President Trump's first term, remember when there was a government shutdown notice in 2018? He was not attending Christmas celebrations at Mar-a-Lago. He stayed at the White House with his then chief of staff and certain staff members that had to be behind with him, including some Secret Service. And he said, I was pacing the White House. It never felt so empty because I had a deal to get done while Congress recessed and went home. So it's really interesting. I mean, he's the antithesis of the typical political class. Doesn't matter if there's an R or a D next to their name, but arguably the most egregious of this type of behavior, Matthew, is really California Democrats. There is a disconnect. They are very committed to, they'll be at any BLM or LGBTQ, XYZA, yada, 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 a million genders, type of rally. But when it comes to actually infrastructure and taking care of citizens, they're nowhere in sight, or it doesn't seem interesting to them. And this was really the problem with Kamala Harris's campaign. She was genuinely uninterested in solving major problems, instead blaming people for those problems. And President Trump doesn't mince words. He gets right to it. He calls a spade, regardless of the letter you have next to your name as an elected official. So it will be very interesting to see how this press conference goes and how I like the messaging of we are all in this together, but let's get this done. And President Trump, as a deal maker, has a way about doing that and getting people to the table that would otherwise not be sitting by him.
Exactly. So President Trump, when he arrives at these various events today, the Pacific Palisades tour of the neighborhood that's been destroyed, and then the briefing there in Los Angeles, I can guarantee you that President Trump is going to be sitting there, putting his one hand in his pocket, kicking it, laughing, talking about golf. This is not this is a very serious story. I'm sorry. And anyway, but obviously there's a bias there, and I'm going to be very open about that when it comes to certain Democrats, those that may have caused this problem via the mismanagement in California. So people are not happy with what happened there. Do you remember the lady that went up to Gavin Newsom? She had a mask on when he was going back into his SUV, and she just lost it. She just couldn't believe that there was these problems happening. And he's like, well, I'm on the phone with the president right now. But that was Biden at the time. Who cares? Actions speak louder than words. That's all. All right, so I'm going to get off the high horse, as they say. But it is frustrating.
Oh, it is. It's sad to hear, to go through interviews like we just did with two great American patriots who are suffering so much in tears over what to do next and not being able to find suitable housing or really where to rebuild. And we know that these insurance companies have left California because of the high regulations. And you have a situation where people could have lost their entire life savings, everything that they've worked for, and the house does become truly the home. And memories along with that could have vanquished in these fires. And thank God that only 24 we know of have passed thus far. But it could have been much worse in the death toll, there's no doubt. But again, the poisoning of the soil, the eco damage that was caused with all the smoke that's gone up in the atmosphere. You worried about the smelt? Well, there's damage in the ecosystem with everything that has gone on with these fires and the loss of wildlife. So it's been a terrible, devastating thing for Southern California. And thank God for President Trump being in that office right now, because if it was the other way around, even though she's a native Californian, I think that person would have really been unable to run this in a concerted effort.
Your vote and your voice. That's what we have here in this country when it comes to people that are like the LA mayor or like Gavin Newsom. I know it's a tough uphill battle to get a Republican and governor there again in California, but that's what we have here. We have our vote and we have our voice. And, in the media, we have the ability to have reported truth or facts about what's going on and to ask those tough questions. So again, there is the mayor. I'll stop talking about that because you have to remember, this is about simply the vote and simply the voice. And it is difficult, though, when the city of Los Angeles in various parts is on fire, literally right now. And you see she's just hanging out like another day. And it's just not a sunny day in California. It's a day of mourning in California as the president is on his way there. We're at the top of the hour right now, 6:01 Eastern Time. Robert McNeely along with Matthew Alvarez here. You're watching RSBN Live as we await President Trump in Pacific Palisades. Pacific Palisades is northwest a little bit of Los Angeles, the largest fire to see in that region maybe ever. Haven't seen the statistics yet, but it probably is at this point. And we will see, and also if we can correct the spelling, guys, on the bottom right of the screen there for Los Angeles. But I just know that as we go forward, we're going to see the president here. And I wonder how he's going to act and speak in front of these kind of, I was going to say lawmakers, but Democrats.
Well, he spent a career being unafraid of going into rooms that he's had differences with people. And in fact, sometimes those differences have turned into great results. I think of little rocket man, Kim Jong-un, even at the commander-in-chief ball. He said, "How's Kim Jong-un?" You know, he was saying that to the central command of our troops in South Korea, really being freedom's light in that part of Asia as well. And remember how it went back and forth with letters, with even phone calls, and this, that, and the other. They finally met in Singapore, and then he was the first president to cross over that North Korean soil. Perhaps the first time, at least while a sitting president. We know that Bill Clinton had gone on diplomatic missions after leaving the White House, but you saw some odd photos out of the People's Republic of North Korea after that. This was in real time when Kim Jong-un invited President Trump to come over the 38th parallel, and both sides really looking in shock, with both security teams surprised at what was taking place. But President Trump unafraid to do that for liberty's beacon of light. He is a messenger for the truth, and we see him now. It looks like he has touched down in Southern California, ready to survey the damage and also speak with local and federal leaders.
Exactly. And apologies, that is the correct spelling, of course, of Los Angeles. So that's my bad right there. All right, Marine One, there you go. President Trump getting ready, of course, to board, actually go from Air Force One to Marine One, then head to the landing pad, wherever that is in Pacific Palisades, California. So a beautiful look there. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go there live? Let's take this live full screen here. And hopefully when the president does step off the plane there, he'll come over to the press to say a few words. If he doesn't, we will still hear from him here live on RSBN. Let's go there live right now in California.
So we just left North Carolina a little while ago. We have that in very good shape. We have the congressman in charge and Michael Watley, and we're going to do a lot of work. We have the Army Corps of Engineers working as they are here. And I think you're going to see some very big progress. They left them high and dry. And now we're going to be taking a little tour with some of the people from the area. I appreciate the governor coming out and meeting me, Kevin, very much. And we'll be talking a little bit. We want to get it fixed. We want to get the problem fixed. And there'll be some ways, but it's like you got hit by a bomb, right?
Yeah.
Like you got hit by a bomb. Would you like to say something?
Most importantly, thank you for being here. It means a great deal to all of us, not just the folks in Palisades, the folks in Altadena that were devastated. We're going to need your support. We're going to need your help. You were there for us during COVID. I don't forget that. And I have all the expectations that we'll be able to work together to get this speedy recovery.
We will. We're going to get it done. Tremendous numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You can almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we'll get it permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
We got to
put your
get it
differences
finished.
aside?
We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. It's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which should be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things, okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us, and some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you.
All right, so President Trump meeting with the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, there as he walks over to Marine One. They're going to fly in that chopper there. I'm not sure if Gavin will be on that plane or not, or the Marine One, but we do know that President Trump and the First Lady will be on their way to Pacific Palisades to a landing pad there. So once Marine One gets there, then President Trump will do a tour of damage in a Pacific Palisades neighborhood, and then he'll have that LA briefing that we saw earlier.
And like he said, too, this is perhaps the worst damage of any land area since World War II. No exaggeration. This has been like a bomb going off. It's been terrible for Southern California. And some questions there, you might have heard that, hey, you've had some differences on these things, and both the governor and the president acknowledging that, but President Trump saying, we got to get this done, we got to get this fixed, unless you don't want federal aid, look to the governor. And the governor said, no, sir, we need your help, Mr. President. And Gavin Newsom also saying that even since COVID, that he'll never forget how much President Trump helped the Golden State of California. So we'll get this problem solved as soon as possible.
So, of course, President Trump saying, you know, he's the governor. He's the governor of this state. We have to work together. And also, I was talking with Robert before, well, while the president was speaking there, and we were listening, of course. But prior to that, when we saw Gavin Newsom and the president walking toward the press, we were saying how, you know, politics aside, we obviously know that they're on opposite sides of the spectrum. But when it comes to life in that state there, what can be done and done now? So President Trump has to work with the governor of the state of California. So that's what we're seeing. We'll be seeing them there live in that briefing room. So first, what we'll see is the bottom right of your screen. That is a camera vantage point. Once that is, it's most likely on, we call them sticks in the media, a tripod right now. The camera's on the sticks right now. But then, of course, once the president is there, I believe, and with the governor, they will tour the Pacific Palisades, check out some of the damage there, speak to some people there, and really get a feel of what it's like to be boots on the ground. Obviously, President Trump, this is not something that he just randomly did, a trip to LA. He's spoken about this at length on Truth Social, especially when the fires were starting when they started on January 7th. And then now, of course, being there as Commander-in-Chief. And then, so we'll go from that bottom right screen, we'll make that obviously a larger screen, but then we'll be going to that LA briefing there where the mayor of Los Angeles, along with the governor and the president and other fire officials, will talk about everything that needs to be discussed. So all of that live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez, we're here live. And you know, Bobby, you look at this press briefing, it's great that there will be something like this happening, even though it's late in the day on a Friday. You know, people go home after, work and it's the weekend, but no, not for President Trump. He's in LA and he'll be at a rally tomorrow in Vegas.
It's his style of going around the clock that created a business empire that was second to none, and he's used those skills at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And again, as released by Caroline Leavitt and the entire communications team over at the White House, just the list of accomplishments, forget the first 100 days, the first 100 hours. President Trump hitting the road now in the short period of time when he has reclaimed the presidency in order to solve these problems. Then in turn, he has things, again, that 3D, 4D chess. He's ready to settle the peace in Russia and Ukraine as well, but the domestic issues have to be solved first. And I think he could do this in a rather quick time. I'd like to see next week, January 31st, that Friday, where all of these issues will stand, and perhaps we will not see FEMA anymore, or maybe FEMA reformed finally once and for all.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point you make, because let's just go with a random date, March 15th. March 15th. What will our country look like in March 15th? Because all of the executive orders, I believe President Trump will be well done with all of them by what, next week even.
Right.
You know, he said it was historic speed that he'll be working on turning the country around. Well, you see it happening. And so by mid-March, it would be great to see a lot of the executive orders already in action and already happening. We're already seeing literal boots on the ground. And when I say boots, it's usually a military thing, right? Well, the United States Marine Corps, 1,500 of our Marines are already on the way and already on the southern border right now, because it's a national emergency that President Trump has declared. Let me correct one thing real quick. I know that the U.S. Marines are on the southern border. The number of them, not sure yet, but I do know there is video already circulating on credible accounts that the Marines are on the southern border. So you're seeing all of these actions just at a lightning speed here, Robert. And you remember when we were covering all of these rallies, right, on the campaign trail, and we spoke about all these things that would happen in this country. But do we kind of see how it's unfolding literally right now before our eyes?
Oh, it really is. And it's promises made, promises kept, just as Governor Newsom had mentioned. And, you know, it'll be an interesting experiment. Keep your grocery check or bill from the last week or so and go to that date, March 15th. I think because of everything that's happening right now at such a rapid pace, the cost of living is going to go down as a result. We're going to have an economy turning around rather quickly. Now, you can't rest on the laurels of that, but when you look at all these successes, especially becoming energy independent, designating MS-13 and Tren de Aragua and these cartels as terrorist organizations, having the military down at the border, perhaps an additional 10,000 troops as we keep moving on with recruitment up. We know that's happening throughout the country because people are excited to be part of a Trump meritocracy military, one based on lethal strategy and not dancing around in transgender garb like the Biden administration was busy doing. The DEI is over. If you go woke, you go broke. It's pretty clear on this. And with all of these accomplishments, it will probably be of benefit to your pocketbook in a couple of months. So just watch that and see how things might come down.
Gas prices, March 15th. I would hope to see they're $1 less, maybe more, than what we're seeing out there. So The amount of items that the president is taking care of right now is just unbelievable. Just imagine being in his shoes. Just imagine all of the things that are wrong with the country that he is working on with his cabinet and incoming cabinet that are getting sworn in as we speak, in the sense of this earlier this week when it comes to Marco Rubio as Secretary of State. Looking forward to Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and others as we watch and monitor what's going on there at the White House. But the point is, seeing all these things come to fruition. How about, again, the gas prices going down? What would be one thing outside of the economy, Robert, that you would say you're looking forward to most, seeing the actions of the executive orders?
Oh, yes. Well, most likely, the J6 political prisoners. That was the most exciting for me, in addition to the pro-life protesters, the 23 that are now free. Some of this has been emergency injunctions put into place, or some U.S. Marshals even hindering some of these, the release of the J6 prisoners. That's all going to court. Many have been released at this point. So I would say that would be the most exciting. And, you know, really the end to these wars and the conflicts overseas, so we're not dragged into foreign wars, whether that be Russia and Ukraine or even the peace of Israel. So outside the economy, I would say the national security aspect, and again, the guarantee of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights being defended once again, freedom of speech restored in this country, truly living in a constitutional republic once again.
I've got nothing to add. That was exactly along the same lines of what I would say, so I'm not going to act like I have something else to say. So it's 6:22, perfect job there.
Thank you.
So as we look forward to seeing all of those things done for our country. So, and more. A lot of industries out there that are looking forward to seeing the benefit of a Trump presidency, including the crypto industry. So we're going to be going to Los Angeles there, as you see on your screen. On the bottom right, that's where President Trump will tour the Pacific Palisades neighborhood that is very affected by the wildfires. I once have traveled at one time there to the Pacific Palisades back in the day. You're looking at some drones right now. Producer, if you can let me know specifically what we're looking at, that'd be great. That definitely is not Air Force One, I know, but what is it? Who knows? Let us know as you get the information. But we do know that that vantage point right now, I believe, is on its way to Los Angeles, possibly to assist with wildfire efforts. A beautiful vantage point there. Again, if you guys know, what feed is that, Director? I don't hear you guys on the mic. Can you let me know what we're looking at? Okay. Okay, well, there you go. We're looking at what I'm hearing from the producer. That's the pool camera that we have access to here at the network. Taking video of, that's not Marine One, I know that. So is President Trump on board there? I'm not sure, but I mean, if they're going to have a feed of this, that might be what it is, Robert.
You know, I've seen these specific planes, and I can't identify them with their call sign, but they do tend to travel with.
Okay. Okay, so it's an aerial tour there.
Okay, fantastic.
But we're not confirming if the president is on one of those aircraft, correct? Basically you haven't.
This is the aerial tour that President Trump is doing. It is on the schedule.
Fantastic, excellent.
All right, so President Trump is on one of the aircraft there. We're hearing from our.
Excellent. So the aerial tour of the fire damage brought to us by our producers, and we see what looks like Marine One in the background there. So fantastic. That's excellent coverage and footage of all of this with President Trump and the motorcade in the sky that will go and look over the damage, surveying what's happened in Southern California. And isn't it striking, Matthew, just the beautiful backdrop of what is Southern California, those golden beaches and sunsets that are unparalleled compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen one in San Diego before, and it's awesome because obviously the sun sets in the west, and man, when you see that sun just go right down, it's just beautiful. As we know, it's not the sun actually moving, it's the earth. We get it. But here's the point. That is the President of the United States inside that middle aircraft there. That is Marine One. This is live right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The president on his way to Pacific Palisades. To the south, so behind where he is flying right now, is the city of Los Angeles. To the north is where he's going, Pacific Palisades, right outside of the city limits there. I believe it's still in LA County, though.
Right.
So we'll be seeing, he'll be seeing the aerial tour right now. The president, I'm sure, looking out the window and seeing the situation there in LA. And then he'll be outside in Pacific Palisades, touring the neighborhood. And then you see the ocean, I believe, right there on the right of your screen, as it's a little bit moving around, of course, but considerable in understanding, obviously, quite the image, a live image here from one of the aircraft to where the president is. And then that bottom right screen, that's where the commander-in-chief will be ending up today in LA. For this coverage as well. So once the coverage is done in the bottom right corner of your screen, the president then will fly on to Nevada for tomorrow's great rally that you can see right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely, of course, will be here, and then RSBN's Christina Loren covering the great rally. So what a great image right there. I mean, this is making me think of Top Gun all over again, even though it's not F-16s out there.
Well, right. Well, it is a mission to complete regardless, and President Trump is the commander-in-chief, and those call signs are only allotted when he is on that helicopter, Marine One, and same with the plane that carries him is Air Force One, but only gets those call signs again when he is on board as commander-in-chief. Ready to use what is necessary, whether that be FEMA or the federal response or perhaps the military, the Army Corps of Engineers, especially as we heard earlier in Western North Carolina about how to survey and fix this damage once and for all. Now, I anticipate more of a federal assistance specifically with these fires and the rebuilding in California. Also, I believe to prevent the price gouging from happening as well, because we saw with the Hawaii fires under Biden that some of these big corporate entities like BlackRock is a great example, coming in and trying to develop real estate there where people had their homes for years and years. You don't want something like that to happen in a situation where someone takes advantage of that, or a big corporation. And we saw that the BlackRock CEO in Davos running from investigative reporters when they were asking simple questions about President Trump's speech to them about how they feel about the tariffs and, will this be a problem for your business activities worldwide, because you clearly have a different philosophy of national sovereignty versus globalism. Something to think about, although we want people to be safe and sound first and foremost, but bad people take advantage of these situations. And I think with Western North Carolina, the same question could happen, but perhaps you'll have more of a state response, being that these are two different kinds of disasters.
So we're seeing the aerial tour here ourselves. So we're seeing what President Trump is seeing and the First Lady right now, even though the live bug in the top left of the screen that's usually there, even though it's not there right now, it's because obviously we're showing you this great live footage. But we are live right now. It is 6:27, almost the bottom of the hour, as we all go together with the president right now to do this aerial tour of the Los Angeles region there. Obviously, the shot is frozen at this point, but we know that President Trump on his way to Pacific Palisades. And then, again, the bottom right of your screen is where the briefing will be. So President Trump will be stopping at the Palisades neighborhood, and we'll get video of that tour going on there. And then he will travel over to that LA briefing to answer any questions, but also share what he is going to be able to provide as the leader of the free world, but also of the federal government. What will the federal government now do? I'm sure there'll be some obviously news coming out of this event here.
Oh, no question about that, because you have people that really have been at odds with President Trump and his entire philosophy of streamlining a federal government that has failed the American people over the last 4 years. But Governor Newsom, rarely does it happen, but gracious in that moment, welcoming him off the plane and really thanking him for all the work, whether it was the former fires that took place in the first term or even the COVID response and saying, I'm not going to forget your loyalty to us, Mr. President, and we need your help right now. So we'll see what happens there. And President Trump, of course, loves this patch of land. He has a couple of properties up and down the coast of Southern California, all the way up into the central coast of San Francisco. So he has a soft spot for the beauty that is California. And we know that he ran to be president for all 50 states and for all community members and everyone throughout the country.
Exactly. Every citizen across this country, no matter what, President Trump is the president. So we know that. So the live feed, interesting. This is really interesting coverage because, you know, usually back in the day, you have a satellite truck or a microwave truck. Now we have these smaller backpack style things that have cellular devices in there to be able to bring out a feed, Wi-Fi connected. Of course, with Elon Musk, you have Starlink to bring you these live vantage points. But this here is most likely a live view or a TVU is what it's called, these different live packs. And the reason why, of course, it's so shoddy a little bit is because obviously outside of LA, when you get outside of LA in some of those areas there, definitely difficult to have a signal, especially at flying at the speed that they're flying at right now. As you look over the Pacific Ocean, this is live right now. It's 3:31 on the West Coast, 5:30 in the Central Time Zone, 6:31 here, as we get ready to see the president once again today. Let's go over his flight path of the day. How about it? I mean, he started out the day at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. Is that right?
That's in Maryland,
All right,
just outside of D.C.
Okay, so in Maryland, and then he flies down to Asheville, North Carolina, and then on the way to LAX. That's where you just saw him meet up with Governor Gavin Newsom. And then now he gets on Marine One to fly to Pacific Palisades. And then I believe he will then either motorcade or fly over to wherever the LA briefing is. Obviously it's in LA, but where? I don't know. And then he has to then go from there, Marine One, back to LAX, then over to Nevada tonight. That's a lot of miles, if you ask me, man.
He is nonstop, and we've seen that in the first 100 hours. And Caroline Leavitt and the communications team at the White House releasing all of these incredible accomplishments, whether they be in the form of executive order or even legislatively, as we look forward to President Trump is expected to sign the Laken Riley Act, also the Born Alive Act, as his first two bills and pieces of legislation that will become law, even possibly this weekend, if not by Monday morning.
Exactly. So his first bill to sign into law is the Laken Riley Act. So we will be seeing that information here soon. We also interviewed Representative Eli Crane the other day, and also Representative John McGuire, 2 Navy SEALs out of the 6 Navy SEALs in Congress, working on and co-sponsoring the Laken Riley Act. So I'm going to get the specifics on the act here. I want to read it verbatim so we know exactly, instead of, we don't have a prompter to read from here right now, so I want to read you what it is. It's now a law, when President Trump signs it, that the Department of Homeland Security will detain illegal immigrants charged with or convicted of theft related crimes, assaulting a police officer, or a crime that results in death or serious bodily injury like drunk driving. So this is, of course, on the University of Georgia campus, as you know, there with that terrible situation there. But that's why President Trump has declared a national emergency on the southern border.
And that's why so many of these DAs ended up losing re-election, whether that was George Gascon in Los Angeles County, or even the Athens DA was not up for re-election because how she chose to prosecute the case. She took the death penalty off of the table, and therefore the victim impact statements actually came into the record, and these poor girls, these roommates and family members all gave gut-wrenching testimony. I had spent an afternoon watching it for roughly about 3 hours. It was televised, and it was heartbreaking. And truly, these girls will live on with PTSD. They were like sisters to Laken, and one of them actually had mentioned, her name was Connolly, that she could not go and attend their normal jogging session in the afternoon in a very well-lit area. That's why it was amazing that no one was around in this park, a very popular park off the campus of the University of Georgia, where she was brutally attacked and raped and murdered. It's such a tragic story that could have been prevented, and that's what's, any murder, anything that is evil is a horrible situation, but so much of this was preventable and ignored by the Biden administration. And to hear the victim impact statement, something that will stick with me and really something that will haunt my memory. So my prayers go out to the family and friends and the victims in this moment. And it was a speedy case because there was so much overwhelming evidence. Even former President Bill Clinton said on the campaign trail in rural Georgia, if they had actually just had a safer process, a more streamlined immigration process, and not let so many people come over here just willy-nilly, it probably wouldn't have been talking about the issue. And to his point, I think he was correct there.
Yeah, and those victim statements, I mean, it was something else. I mean, I watched from the Georgia courtroom coverage of that, and the amount of impact that is for everyone to deal with. Again, that's why we have the Laken Riley Act about to be law in this country. As we see that live picture there in Los Angeles. Speaking of prevention, how about wildfire prevention for the 24 lives that were lost there in Los Angeles? So President Trump is going to do everything he can to help the situation there in LA, but also to put into place with the Department of Interior and others to take care of the region there in Los Angeles so something like this doesn't happen again. Let's look at some of the containment information here. It looks like the fires are at all 100% contained from the Oak Fire, Archer Fire, the Scout Fire. We're looking at a huge map. There's still about 77% containment at the Pacific Palisades. So literally, as we go on this aerial tour with the president and you, the viewer, as we kind of do this together, the Pacific Palisades still has that solid 23% still to go, or 23% that is still not on fire there. So we may see flames or smoke in Pacific Palisades as we do this aerial tour. And then President Trump will be landing soon, and he'll tour one of the neighborhoods devastated by fire. So many stories right now out there in Los Angeles. Of course, the second largest city in the United States, and a state that is so fed up, I believe. I mean, think about it, being a citizen in California, dealing with all of the high taxes and all of the more California, as they say. They just want to see success there and have someone like President Trump back in office. Obviously, there are a number of liberals still there, but a lot of them are probably saying, we need someone like Trump. I mean, look at this here, the aerial tour as they have, I believe, landed right there. Is that right? Yep. Looks like they've landed.
So they have landed and prepared to do more surveilling of the area and then, of course, go into this meeting. But to your point, Matthew, I think people are tired of their government not working for them, because the reason it exists first and foremost is the protection of citizens, the general welfare of the United States from the federal level. That's with the protection of the military, and of course your state and local government exists to protect you with your police officers, with your firemen, paramedics, and thank God that there are people that are still willing to go into these fires to do such difficult jobs that are dangerous, that really when they put that uniform on, they don't know if they're coming home. And I have a dear friend who actually did fight those Northern California fires over the years now as a teacher, and really was a brave individual. Go in there in the summer, saw it as a duty to his nation, also something that he had of deep interest. But I always worried about him in the summertime, and thank God that he was safe when doing that. But you're up against Mother Nature, and so for anyone that would be an arson in a situation like this, really needs to be criminally prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law as well.
And there are more than 40 arrests connected to the LA wildfires. That statistic was reported about 2 weeks ago. Again, more than 25,000 acres burned, several thousand, more than 10,000 structures destroyed, homes and businesses. You're seeing some of the LA City Council, some of the Los Angeles local officials, the fire officials, and also you've been seeing the mayor walking around a little bit there. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that the people of Los Angeles that have dealt with this terrible situation have some choice words for the mayor and have choice words for the governor. President Trump sure did on Truth Social, but there he is on Marine One, arriving and landing right there in this Pacific Palisades neighborhood in a park probably right near the neighborhood. He'll be walking there, and of course that area by any stretch of the imagination has a nice large perimeter of security in the region there, as he will survey the damage and speak to some people there. Now, let's see. I mean, Robert, do you think that the governor flew on that helicopter? I'm not sure. Maybe he did. Per
their conversation, it looked like it wasn't set in stone, and President Trump was inviting him, as he mentioned, as they were walking away. The mic seemed to pick up, hey, are you coming with me at this point? So President Trump, I think, wanting to include him in all of this, and it makes sense with some of the leaders there, several congressmen. I noticed Ted Lieu and also Darrell Issa as well. So this will, I think, be more of a harder discussion and press conference in the sense of the different personalities, the different sides of who wants to blame who over this, that, and the other, compared to North Carolina. That was more straightforward, more of a united voice. This will probably be a harder but needed discussion about how we completely end this situation. And as you saw with some of that press pool footage, over some of these areas just absolutely scorched. It does look like a massive bomb went off.
I'm thinking about Maui as well, Lahaina out there. You know, if anybody is watching from Hawaii right now, guys, that was a story, of course, with the wildfire that totally destroyed that entire area. I remember speaking to a pastor in Hawaii on a Zoom call some time ago. We don't forget about things like that. We don't forget about East Palestine in Ohio. We don't forget about Western North Carolina. We do not forget about LA, because it's even still happening. So we see this live picture here. Why don't we go there live to the Pacific Palisades neighborhood and just listen in on the sights and sounds right here live on RSBN Live.
Picture in the back.
All right, so you're seeing a lot of the behind the scenes as well there as we have our live feed from Pacific Palisades. You saw the Marine One helicopter there. I didn't recall, we didn't see the president at all, right?
Well, just from the back with First Lady Melania Trump as they were going towards the Suburban. So we saw a little vantage point of them as they're going into the meeting there, but always a little bit of a surprise because when Marine One travels, there's 2 or 3 decoys. So sometimes you don't know exactly where it is, but the cameraman right on top of it, knowing exactly which plane he was on.
Yeah, definitely. And so they're going to go and talk to and look at the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. One of them that obviously destroyed by the fire. So that's agenda number 1 item in Los Angeles. Then number 2 will be over there at the Los Angeles briefing that will happen. Governor Gavin Newsom, the President of the United States, and the First Lady, Melania Trump, all in attendance, will be in attendance at that meeting there. So we'll have that entire agenda 1 and 2 live for you. We'll see the vantage point again. That footage on the bottom right of your screen, it's just obviously a live shot, just awaiting the president. So once that happens, we'll do the same thing we just did. We'll go there live for the entire coverage, including for that Marine One landing. Quite awesome visuals that we're seeing here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely alongside Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow us on Truth Social. And also, if you'd like to follow, of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network on X, it's RSB Network, or on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. Also, our great friends at Rumble as well, if you'd like to follow our channel on Rumble. And for those of you watching on YouTube and X and anywhere you're watching, thanks so much for streaming in with us. This has been constant live coverage right here on RSBN Live on this great network, as we are about 12 minutes from 7 o'clock here on this Friday. So, Robert, your thoughts as we get ready to see President Trump once again tour some of the damage there in Southern California.
Well, again, it is 2.0 of promises made, promises kept. I mean, even if you look through the quotes of what was released by the White House today regarding what President Trump has been able to accomplish, even United Against Nuclear Iran chairman, this is Governor Jeb Bush of all people, remember his former rival, and CEO Ambassador Mark Wallace saying, "We applaud President Trump for his decision today to redesignate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization." And the UANI, in its recommended plan for the Trump administration, first 100 days, suggested that the president redesignate the Houthis as such. This will now provide the U.S. government additional authorities and to hold the Houthis accountable for their threats to international commerce and U.S. allies and partners. So he has a way of, on every single issue, bringing people together, including former rivals and those he disagrees with. And he'll be going into a room with about half of them who don't see eye to eye with him on a number of different issues, but need his help because he is the art of the deal, a consummate deal maker, ready to put pen to paper and get it done for the American people. He's someone who's shown this throughout his career, whether it's the ice rink in New York City, whether that's acquiring the now Waldorf Astoria, but the old post office in D.C. that was to be torn down, turning that into a hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue, but even bigger things now when it comes to national security and domestic policy.
Historic speed and strength. We're seeing the common sense in action right here in the United States of America. The opening few days, the 100 hours update from the White House, quite interesting because, Robert, we were talking about, usually you talk about the first 100 days in office. Well, not in this administration. This is the 100 first hours in office. The opening few days can be summarized as promises made, promises kept, to your point. Let's go through a few of the executive orders as we await President Trump there and the First Lady and the Governor of California to tour the Pacific Palisades. President Trump said he would declassify the JFK files. He did. President Donald Trump said he would end the EV mandate. He did. The president said he would have the backs of the brave men and women in law enforcement. He did just that by pardoning 2 Washington, D.C. police officers that were unjustly prosecuted. The Metropolitan Police Department thanked President Trump for the pardon. Speaking of those pardons, of course, the 1,500 of our citizens, J6ers, And I remember interviewing John Strand, who was behind bars for 366 days, a nonviolent offender, working now for the American Frontline Doctors with Dr. Simone Gold. I asked him point blank, I said, do you want to be called a J6er? He says, I wear that as a badge of honor, and I am glad to be called that. So there you go, hearing it from him. Right. Let's talk about some of the offshore drilling as well. I mean, the drill, baby, drill. We're looking forward to that. President Trump said he would drill, baby, drill. Well, the president signed an executive order to open up offshore drilling and allow more energy exploration in Alaska. Right. Let's talk about that. As you have worked in the mainstream media in that state, obviously very important energy there.
Oh, it's crucial to national security and also domestic production of energy. The Keystone Pipeline, the XL Keystone Pipeline, huge for natural gas to come through. And that was something actually Justin Trudeau had recommended to President Biden, saying that we need to keep this for Canadian jobs as well. Please, please, please don't cancel this because it will keep our continent safe and prosperous. But if we drill ANWR, there is so much liquid gold under Alaska that it already spurs us toward energy independence once again. And another thing that we can do is continue to drill in the Gulf of America, newly designated by President Trump. And speaking of Alaska, Denali is now once again Mount McKinley, a great president who is a great populist and someone who really cared about the wealth of our nation, just as President Trump does.
I think the maps are going to fly off the shelves that say Gulf of America right now. How cool would that be in a basement or a rec room or whatever, a garage? Just get a United States, map United States map and see it say Gulf of America. So that'd be quite awesome to see something like that. As it's 6:52 here on the East Coast, and again, the most historic 100 hours in American history. Were you surprised to see on day one of this administration that the president didn't wait for that traditional signing room ceremony in the Oval Office? And you were at the Capital One Arena inside, is that right? Or was that Christina?
I was actually there. Christina was on the inside on Inauguration Day. Right. MAGA Megan Kohler and I were on the inside for the rally the day prior. But we were on the outside still just to get people's, literally their temperatures, because it was quite cold. And some people were staying outside since 11 the night before just to be in line, just to witness those famous signings. And signing in 3 different places on his first day, the Senate Cloakroom, the Capital One Arena, and then ultimately the Oval Office before the balls.
Quite awesome to be a witness there. Bobby wasn't in person inside the Capital One Arena, but for you to see executive orders being signed, that is something that I don't think has ever happened before. Let's be real. I don't think that's happened.
I can't recall a time when a president has signed an executive order
inside an arena.
Right. I mean, for sure. You know, there have been other areas where it's been designated, maybe perhaps a location, a presidential library, of course, the White House itself, in the Rose Garden, in the Oval Office, what have you. But a sports arena, I don't think so. And then mixing in again that entertainment and his showmanship with it, but also the truth through the comedy that President Trump is really simply trying to restore this great country. And it was the interviews and the people we got to talk to that did not think that their lives would cross paths with Donald Trump. One that comes to mind is simply former Governor Rod Blagojevich of Illinois, a former Democrat. He calls himself a Trumpocrat now. We had the privilege of interviewing him here at Right Side Broadcasting, talking about the lawfare, and he met President Trump before he ran for president on The Celebrity Apprentice, got to know him very well, and ended up commuting his sentence because he experienced the same kind of lawfare as President Trump did.
That is exactly right. And then, of course, President Trump, an overcomer. And we saw the outsider win, the common sense president, the people's president, and here we go. Day 4 of the White House, the 20th all the way to the 24th. Here we are. Let's talk about security a little bit. We know that Sean Curran, he is and was the lead Secret Service agent that would always stand with President Trump, always be at his side, whether behind or to the right or wherever out there. He was there on J13, that kind of thing. Well, he is now the Secret Service director. So he has 23 years of law enforcement experience. President Trump saying this on Truth Social, starting his career in Secret Service in 2001 as a special agent in the Newark field office there in New Jersey, where he conducted protection, intelligence, investigations, recruitment, and on. Sean has distinguished himself as a brilliant leader. If you guys remember, he's a guy tall in stature, wearing the glasses, as Secret Service agents do, now promoted to Secret Service Director. Again, he was the guy, and I've seen him, I know you've seen him in person at various rallies. If you remember, President Trump would finish a speech. He'd sometimes come down and walk in front of the podium down and shake hands. Well, I remember seeing Sean right to the back of President Trump, having his hand on the president's back as he walked through. I mean, this was some serious trust and security. Well, now he is the Secret Service Director, so that's the kind of guy you want to have leading the Secret Service, in Sean Curran. There was talk of Dan Bongino, a great former law enforcement as well, who would have done a great job too, but it's great to see that kind of security happening for the president.
Well, it really is, and to your point, Matthew, he was right behind him as well, a couple rows back at the Carter funeral. So this is someone who's really been right by his side, and of course you see him in that infamous footage now, that fight, that beautiful iconic photo. Of course, it was frightening at the moment, but that is Sean right behind President Trump as he's throwing his fist in the air. So really an iconic moment in history, but I think, again, a man for such a time as this, and everyone who's been selected in this cabinet or to senior level positions at the White House truly have the expertise and the knowledge and the wherewithal to withstand the far left attacks and nonsense. And Sean, I think, will do extraordinarily well in this role to secure America and get the bureaucracy out of our law enforcement.
We're approaching the top of the hour, 7 o'clock on the East Coast. The bottom right of your screen is in Pacific Palisades, where President Trump will tour some of the damage if we get that live shot, which I believe we have it obviously there. Once we see the president in that neighborhood, we will give you that vantage point. For some reason, possibly, maybe there is no access for the press for that, but obviously we have all of our eyes on all of the video feeds here at the network. We will see the president guaranteed at that press briefing or at that fire official meeting there for a briefing for President Trump on the latest with the LA wildfires. So thanks for staying with us here on the network as we approach the top of the hour, again 7 o'clock on a Friday. Happy Friday to you as we are covering this today, where President Trump, of course, was in North Carolina earlier today, and that was a great moment. You remember when the lady said at the end, because a number of people that were affected there in Western North Carolina were able to come to the podium and talk about what it was like.
Right.
And what did she say? She said, what, this is our president, right?
This is our president, and really a tearful moment. It was something to see people so grateful and even having survivor's remorse. But one gentleman saying, 4 generations in one home, 80 years there, and so much damage happening to their homes. Some people losing them completely. Literally, the base of the homes being lifted into the air because of these hurricanes and the tornadoes that followed. Sometimes 25-foot waves coming into Asheville, which is just really an incredible sight and very sad for our fellow countrymen. And we hope that they recover quickly, but the gratefulness that they had and the privilege that they had seeing President and Mrs. Trump surveying the area. So it's been quite a day that would tire most, but President Trump clearly energized to help and save the American people.
Some of those hill and mountain slides and mudslides there when it comes to parts of the mountain. Of course, in Western North Carolina, as you see the president from a distance there in Los Angeles, getting ready to walk to the neighborhood affected, a lot of neighborhoods, of course, affected in Pacific Palisades, just north of Los Angeles. That is a live look right now. And just to finish up on Western North Carolina, the flooding was unbelievable, as you guys know. Elon Musk hurrying up with the Starlink, getting the communications there. President Trump making trips as soon as possible. And now as president earlier today. So if you missed any of our coverage, if you'd like to scrub back a little bit, check it out. That'd be great. But in the meantime, we are live right now at 7:01 Eastern Time. Let's go there live and just listen in even if there's no audio in the sense of anybody talking or any press conference, that kind of thing. Let's just take a break right now and watch together the President and the First Lady in Los Angeles, California.
Down in front.
Next stop, it's just right down there, and he'll head that way too. Yeah, it's just right down that next driveway.
You might be wondering what's going on there. Of course, the cameraman taking the camera off of the sticks, as we call them, the tripod, and getting ready to be into position for more coverage there. As you saw the President and the First Lady walking, we'll keep that one over there where it belongs for now, as we see the LA briefing about to happen there with the President and then the Governor of California. My name is Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely. Of course, you might have seen Robert live in Washington, D.C., along with Megan Kohler and Christina Loren, as we've been covering the inauguration at length, great length here. And of course, all of the executive orders live in the Oval Office back in Washington, D.C., as we have various live feeds around the country. So if that's the President, we will go right back to it here in just a second. I don't see him quite yet, but we will go there. This might be what's happening here are some of the neighbors, some of the people within the devastation in the Pacific Palisades. Why don't we just go ahead and go there now? Let's go there. Let's go there live right now as the President is on his way, most likely to meet up with them. Let's go to Pacific Palisades.
Okay, you're welcome to shift. Hey guys, let's kind of shift.
Mia.
Dobar dan.
This is
Dobar dan, kako ste? Hvala što ste došli. Ja sam došla kad sam bila 10 godina. Da. Hvala puno. Dobro. Bili smo bolje. Bili smo bolje. Jedan blok dole. Da. Ovo je moj muž. Da, Amerikanca, ovo je Chris. I da, imamo dva dečaka.
This is a people in this community. Everyone feels lucky here.
Bili smo na 5 lokacija, danas smo se finding jedan national location, prije sedmice.
The first time I saw him was actually at the Castaic Park when we were 9 years old.
Pa bili ste doma kad ste vidjeli oge?
Da, ja imam mi naša kuća na ovoj strani. Kad je počela rat na ovoj strani, on je bio bolestan kući. Kaže, idi gore na balkon da vidiš. Ja sam nazvala prvenstvo.
That's where people need help. Listen, this is a community that has a lot of resources, but it's also a very multi-generational community with people that don't have the resources to go back. And I think that a lot of people feel that we've been kind of abandoned and let down by local leadership. The fire department's been amazing, but they need more resources. And in order for us to go back, we need better infrastructure. We need to make sure this will never happen again. Yeah. We're gonna need small businesses. We're gonna need, frankly, we're gonna need help from you guys.
Oh my God, look at her little house. I know. Speaking the language on the child.
I saw the comfort.
I know.
I saw the comfort in your face.
So sad. Yeah. Please like we talk, she comes here and build the life and the house and the family.
This is the second time.
Nothing and building up and become successful, and then suddenly she has not done.
So we can't afford to
breaks my heart.
We're working on it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mike and Gabby.
Not even believable. It's really not believable.
Otherwise, it's going to take close up. No, we're overriding. And that was right here. In a great location.
We walked our daughter to school. Just
How did the church do? It didn't make it.
Wednesday.
All of our kids are,
We got to find a new school. Find a new school.
Yeah.
What do you suggest on that? What do you suggest on that? Look at them as I we all want to do that. Why are they having that's what you're just having a meeting with the officials with all of them.
You have some fun. This is the fun part.
State.
Yeah, these guys, that's all these guys. Yeah, I saw that on television.
After this, it's kind of losing it.
Everybody says they're doing it.
No tools.
No tools.
Right? We don't have anything. We just
You gotta get these guys to go out to battle. They don't have the ready for it.
Another one up there.
That's
Obviously, no fun to look at that picture right there. So hopefully we can minimize that one for now until it gets stationary again. The reason why this happens, as we have covered events like this, the Secret Service and the press team for the Trump administration say usually, and you might have heard it before, okay, press, let's move over this way, right? So he's just simply picking up the camera with the tripod over his shoulder usually and just walking over to the next spot. So it's kind of the advanced move to where President Trump is going to go next. So there you go, a little inside baseball on why that camera is looking that way. We just saw a glimpse of some of the firefighters there as well. Why don't we just maybe, we might be able to lose this shot for now until it comes up with a more stationary position, which we do see right now. So again, so on the left side of your screen, you're seeing the briefing that President Trump will have after he goes from the Pacific Palisades. Right there, as you see some of the damage, even the charred trees and that kind of thing. Why don't we go, excuse me, then he'll go to that that briefing there on the now bottom right of the screen. So you are watching live right now. It is 7:18 on RSBN Live. As you can see, just straight up, there's nothing left. And Robert, I've covered a lot of stories when it comes to tornado aftermath, hurricane aftermath, terrible ice events, tropical storms, blizzards. Never covered an earthquake. Didn't really cover any mudslides, but I have seen the aftermath of a wildfire in East Tennessee when I worked in Nashville, and it was absolutely unbelievable to go to a place where a house stood. All that's left is the concrete foundation. The cars are burnt, they're gone. It's just the steel that's left. And the entire house is gone. Fire is no joke. Look at just a little bit of it right there from what the aftermath is. Quite powerful. And let's just go there live once again and watch President Trump walk toward another area to survey.
Task Force 69, T. Who? Present. Two.
Nobody's ever seen it. Never, you guys never seen it. You've never seen it. I've never seen it like that. They're okay where they are. There's an honor. See what it's like. You want me to say it's an honor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. People out there. So you saved your firehouse. Thank you. It's an honor. It's going to go fast. It's already going fast. Let's see what's happening. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Could be a lot of people. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Nice. Congratulations.
Welcome back, sir. We missed you.
Thank you, sir. Everything is simple around, right? We ship.
Sir, we're going to take a group photo.
Okay, let's let you We're going to do something over here.
We got two other people on the sides of it.
All right, you guys come this way, angle it. All right, right there.
We're going to be right over here, sir. You're going to aim this way, sir. Perfect. Everybody just scoot back just a little bit right there.
President this is a gift from the LA Fire Department, Task Force 69. Obviously, we are celebrating our 47th president. It's beyond belief we are so happy. We trust in you, and we're all going to make it present this to you.
It's really good. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
What a good group of people. Is this an actual name?
Yes, sir.
That's a heavy sucker.
They're heavy.
All strong men.
Let's go. Come on. Right here, sir. We're going to take a picture. Right here. Excellent. Okay, and we're going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Right here. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well, we won't let you down, fellas.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Positive project. You know, you want to do, I will do it. You want to do real fast, you do one and one. Just line up and we'll do singles. You want to do it? That's what you don't want to do with these guys. You want a single. Let's pick a location. How about by the truck? And you line up, and we'll just do, where's my guy? He's great. Dan, we're going to go real fast. We'll do singles.
Got it, sir.
Can I get everybody up to the...
Line up here for me, guys. Line over here.
Everybody gets a single picture. It's quick, down and dirty.
Guys, everyone come this way for me.
And welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. You're watching the live coverage of President Trump checking out everything that's happening in Southern California. And a really touching moment, Matthew, where the one fireman said, "Welcome back, sir, we missed you." So this is a president who's beloved by law enforcement and first responders, military alike. And it looks as if they're going to do single pictures together with not only a group photo, but each individual with Dan Scavino there as well, part of President Trump's social media and communications team, and Dan serving again as Deputy Chief of Staff.
Exactly. So Dan Scavino Jr., the social media guru in politics, of course, with the president for numerous years. And if you recall some of our coverage from earlier, we saw the LA mayor on camera earlier just carrying on and laughing. I made some comments about just the fact of her smiling and carrying on when her city is burning and has burned. And I was pretty harsh in that way, and I think it's okay, because at the end of the day, you know, if I was someone that lived in Los Angeles, I wouldn't want to see the mayor just carrying on and that kind of thing. Now, if you juxtapose that to what President Trump just did, he is out there in the actual environment, boots on the ground, with the people, with the neighbors, with the firefighters. So yeah, bringing some joy to the people and smiling. A little bit different of a situation. One that stays behind the desk over here, over in the press, briefing area, or one that's out there on the ground. And that is President Trump over the Democrat mayor. And I thought that Gavin Newsom would be with the president during this tour, but didn't see that. But enough of that kind of rhetoric as well, because politics, we get the politics on both sides of the aisle, but when you move that to the side, it's the people. We have to figure out how to not have these fires happen ever again, and also what federal government needs can happen immediately, Robert, to just get everything taken care of in that terrible aftermath that we've seen right here live on RSBN.
Again, that's the mission of MAGA, is to streamline these operations, and whether that's from the state or local responses to a potential federal response, streamlining it so that the American people can have a government that's accountable to them. And that's why at the end of the day, I think you had so many people attracted to President Trump's campaign, because you look back 4 short years ago, how good he left the country, even with a COVID crisis at hand, even with different issues that came across his desk, including 2 fake impeachments up until that point, and the Russia hoax that took place, and President Trump overcoming that with his team. And as well as, that's why I'm so excited about this cabinet coming in. We saw John Ratcliffe being confirmed as CIA director, of course Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth getting through that to the final vote now, and likely to become the next defense secretary. It might have to go to a tie-breaking vote with Vice President Pence in there. Vice President Vance in there. But speaking of someone like Pence, speaking of the Millies of the world and other people who were such deep staters that actually were working against President Trump in his first term, it's great to see this MAGA team assembled of people who were Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, who care about we the people.
We're looking for Pam Bondi to be confirmed, of course, as the United States Attorney General, Pete Hegseth over there at the DOD. Also Kash Patel as the FBI, the top of the chain there at the FBI. So what I'm thinking is happening right now is you see that this is going to be a briefing there from fire officials and city officials of Los Angeles. President Trump, I believe, is probably right near that building. I think that he's going to be walking in. You could just tell that the people are all getting ready. So what we're seeing is the president touring the Pacific Palisades, meeting with victims and neighbors that were affected by this terrible fire, and then taking photos with the fire men and women there. And then we'll walk into this this briefing that he'll have. That'll be the last thing for President Trump on his schedule today, other than heading over to Nevada for the mini rally of sorts tomorrow. So for those of you that are just joining us and you're watching, if you're watching from the Silver State, hello to you. Thank you. The 6 electoral votes went to President Trump, and that's what President Trump will be going to thank you for tomorrow. Circa is the spot where President Trump will have his rally tomorrow. So we'll have that live coverage right here on RSBN with Robert McNeely and, of course, Christina Loren on her way to Vegas right now. We just heard about the whole trip, even though there was a report out of one of the Vegas newspapers that the president was going to hold a rally. That was some days ago, but the confirmation to see that happening as we know that this is a 3-state stop, Robert, North Carolina, California, and Nevada in what, 48 hours?
Right, and that's what he does. 100 hours from taking the oath of office, he has done so much to make America great again and to implement the MAGA agenda through executive orders and the pledge to now sign 2 bills into law, the Laken-Riley Act and also the Born Alive Act. This also falling on the March for Life Day. So really incredible coverage today of so many issues that are affecting the American people and their daily lives when it comes to public safety and when it comes to being a voice for the voiceless. And we saw Vice President Vance address the March for Life earlier, along with President Trump via video recording from the Oval Office as he was already wheels down in Asheville, North Carolina.
Exactly. So President Trump, not forgetting those of you in Western North Carolina, he was there even as the president elect, and also, as all over Truth Social, you'll always be posting about various things, including Los Angeles wildfires, including Western North Carolina, and then we'll be in Nevada tomorrow. And that's just the first week of his presidency. Holy smokes. The 100 hours of historic speed that we've seen, Robert. Did we think... yeah, we thought it was going to happen. Yeah, we thought, whatever.
There's no question given what we saw in the campaign and what we saw from the first term. It was nonstop. I just think this is with such precision and had to be done very soon, especially rescinding the Biden lame duck initiatives because they were unconstitutional, they're scandalous, and we now know our Congress will investigate those last-minute pardons because this is the first time preemptive pardons were ever done in our history. When pardons and commutations happen, there is a charge, there is a conviction, you are rescinding what has happened legally. Nothing happened to members of his family from a legal status. Nothing happened to Fauci and Milley and Cheney, but yet he has preemptively pardoned them.
Yeah, why, right?
Very strange. Very, very strange as to why that is, and we will see that all unfold in the coming weeks and months here.
I believe I did hear the other day from the GOP leadership during a press conference that Speaker Johnson wants to open an investigation into these pardons as well. So a lot of news here at the network. Again, we're live right now. We'll be live tomorrow for the rally in Las Vegas, and then back Monday morning, 9 a.m. for RSBN Live as we continue to cover the moves and the executive orders being signed by the president. Also on top of that, we saw video on various outlets of the U.S. Marines in or on the southern border today, right now, boots on the ground. So this is a president that is not only words but action. So again, for those of you watching right now, which I know we have a sizable audience, and we've had that, thankfully, thanks to God and thanks to this great network here with all of the loyalty over the years. But we know that that the president right now is doing great things for our country. But what we're talking about is specifically common sense and truth for our nation. So we all want safety. We all want law and order. We all want to be healthier. We all want more money in our bank accounts. We want gas to be lower. We want prices to go down. We want our constitutional rights. And so that's what we want. And if there's someone that's standing for that, which is President Trump, hey, let's go Trump. And we also like President Trump a lot because he's a cool cat. So that's it. There you go. And you can quote that if you'd like. All right, 7:34 here, Robert, as we get ready to see the president in Los Angeles.
You know, another thing, too, is that we want good, healthy meat and not lab-grown meat, as we've seen even Governor DeSantis tackling that in Florida, because we have to make America healthy again. And one way to do that is to make sure that forest management is taken care of in the state of California or elsewhere, and also that water reserves are in place. So maybe a robust discussion to take place with Mayor Karen Bass there. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think I saw Rick Grinnell come in, and he was the ambassador to Germany, somewhat discussed as possibly being Secretary of State as well, but a great gentleman from the state of California. Maybe something in the future here where he could run for governor, perhaps U.S. Senate. Makes a lot of sense, and someone who's been a great civil servant and helped now CIA Director John Ratcliffe when he was the head of national intelligence to debunk a lot of the Russia, and the hoaxes that were happening thanks to the Steele dossier and the deep state.
Exactly. It'd be great to get John Ratcliffe and Rick Grinnell and Governor Ron DeSantis to join us here on the broadcast one of these days. Of course, pretty recently, just yesterday actually, Eli Crane, the great representative, the congressman out of Arizona, joined the broadcast, and as did the new representative out of the Commonwealth of Virginia, John McGuire. Both of those congressmen, both Navy SEALs. There are 6 that serve currently in Congress, and we had them on the show just yesterday. As we get ready to see the president possibly walk in right to those doors to the right as the camera is ready to go, and looking forward to hearing what the president is going to say. And if there's any news that comes out of this, I believe he will say, this is what the federal government is doing, or is this going to be more of a gathering of information and research? And then from there, he'll say, okay, I will be talking to the right people, and by tonight or tomorrow or Monday, this is all coming your way. So,
right.
But you would think that being there in Los Angeles and the urgent need of getting this city or the north of the city taken care of, that he already has a plan of action, and we're going to hear about it right now.
Right, and you know, the gentleman, Rick Caruso, who actually ran against Karen Bass for mayor, has many developments on the north side of Los Angeles County, and some of his mini marts, mini malls have been eviscerated, just destroyed. So I'm sure that he will have some recommendations as a builder himself for President Trump, and someone who has been relatively close to the campaign as an advisor. So I'm sure he will be helping to put his 2 cents into it moving forward with the rebuilding.
Exactly. And again, to those of you watching right now, this is the reform of media in America. The conservative media on the rise, the left-wing media, the ones that have been sharing the false narrative for how many years now? The people are now going to independent, alternative, conservative, and common sense networks. I mean, this is what it's about, is common sense, no other way to do it other than that. So looking forward to bringing that live coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, 7:38 Eastern, as we get ready for President Trump to step in there. Also, the First Lady making this trip. How about that moment with the First Lady of our country embracing one of the neighbors there, one of the victims in the Pacific Palisades. They had a nice hug there, and just nice, pleasantries. As a very difficult time, of course, for the people of Southern California.
They are a very warm couple and quite a team together. They deeply love the American people, and I can attest to just that camaraderie, having met the president on a couple of occasions, but having that in-depth conversation with him back in October in Aurora, Colorado. And it's almost as if you've known him for years. And Melania showed that to the victims here who've lost so much and lost everything, and I'm sure they might have discussed over the phone prior to coming out to California, but her heart just as warm and bright as ever. And even the gentleman, the Army gentleman who danced with her the other night at the Commander in Ball Chief, saying that, Mrs. Trump, I just wanted to mention that when you smile, you light up the room. And it's so true. I mean, she is just so complimentary and has taken on so much. I mean, you think about aside of just celebrity and being involved in this political world, it's a family that's gone through so much, that sacrificed so much to serve the country. And again, the millimeter miracle. I mean, what was that moment like for her, as she has been interviewed on several networks regarding what was it like for you to deal with that moment of almost losing your husband? And it's almost like you can't really put words to it, because everything could have been so different. I mean, he could not be here right now. And think about that, how many millions of lives that would have affected had that assassin been successful. And thank God he wasn't, and thank God he was brought to justice.
Exactly. All right, so just a little bit ago, we interviewed Kendra Norton and a lady by the name of Elizabeth, who lost a lot in Los Angeles. And we don't forget about people like that. When we have those moments with people on television here, regardless if cameras are rolling, regardless if it's live TV, it's a very real thing. And I think that's what our focus is as well, because what matters to the people, what helps someone out, and both Elizabeth and Kendra there in Southern California, most likely watching the coverage to see what President Trump is about to say. So thank you both again for joining us here on the network. I know it's not easy to talk about such a terrible situation, but to be able to open up like that, to share with the American people that they simply need help, they need better fire equipment, more personnel, they need obviously water to be taken in that area. Think about it. The hydrants, what was up with that? I hope that's discussed here.
Right.
What happened to the fire hydrants? Where was the water? Are you kidding me?
And that's really in the purview of the mayor's office, and Karen Bass really does have to answer those questions, and hopefully that will be discussed today. And it doesn't necessarily have to be I got you, just where and why did that fail the people of Los Angeles? So an important question to have.
All right. President Trump, moments away. As we await the president, I want to show you a video that President Trump and the team has just released on Truth Social. Before we get to that video, I just want to let you know, of course, if President Trump walks into this briefing room there, we will cut from that video and go to our live coverage. Let's go to that video right now on RSBN Live.
America begins right now. America's decline is over. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period, but what makes you feel good is I met so many of the homeowners, and every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No, 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 no. It wasn't even like a question. They love the area. They love the people. It's like a family. It's incredible, actually, when you see some things like that. We just left North Carolina, and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department was so beautiful. Every one of them is in perfect physical shape. I said, what do you guys do? They have very high standards, I can tell you. And we took pictures with all of them, but very nicely they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this, huh? Is this real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's awfully heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. But that's the original, right? So it's pretty good. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane, and we had a good talk, very, very positive talk. We have to work together to get this really worked out. I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down, okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty hot stuff, and a lot of them were down. That was a bad sign, too. But I just want to commiserate, and we're going to celebrate. We'll be back to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government standing behind you, 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away, actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes, a big property. And I've always loved it. I've always loved being here. But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished. And sadly, you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad because I know people are missing. And when you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters. And they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen. It's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte. Where's Jay? Jay, hi, Jay. It's been a tough period, Jay, right? Vince Fong, Kevin Kiley. Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. A man I know very well. I know him too well, actually. And I say that actually with love because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right? Daryl. So Daryl Issa, young Kim, congratulations on an excellent career. I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock, and he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington, and it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Daryl, very much, Tom. George Whitesides. Good, George. Thanks. It's a great name, too, by the way. Brad Sherman. Oh, I know Brad well. I know Brad, but that's all right. We're on the same side of this one. I know that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect. And Presidential Envoy Rick Grinnell, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas, too, into absolute infernos of death and destruction. And this is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. Most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible. We have already too many, 28 at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. We have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for things like this. I also had the concept of getting some of the best developers in the country. I've had so many calls from developers, and they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to waive essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything. They just want to start, and they were very concerned with the 18 months. So I'm sure you can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready, Mayor. They are ready to start. I met so many of them. The fire took place. It's nice and cool there now, and they want to start taking the debris. They want to take the debris. They want to do everything. They'll get rid of everything. They're going to do it by their own hand. And you're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either waive them or give them to you so rapidly it's going to be essentially the same thing, but we're going to try and just waive them. And we'll rely on the local, but the local, I hope, is going to do the same exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So if you could do almost the same thing or the same thing would be great. For a building permit, you're going to have to, check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them said they're going to rebuild. I didn't have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We even had one from your neck of the woods, right? Yeah. Do you want to stand up? It was so nice the way she greeted my wife in a very different language, right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying and you're going to rebuild and everything else. Yeah, everybody. So it's really great. So I'm signing an executive order to open up the pumps and valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible and let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. If you don't want it, you're going to tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you who does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available. And I hope you can work that out among yourselves. But I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada. And it pours down naturally. It has for a million years. For a million years, it pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you're going to let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California must adopt the common sense policies to prevent fires, and we all know that. We were talking 7 or 8 years ago, I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. One of the gentlemen, one of the top great leaders of Austria said, we don't have forest fires, and we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California, but they literally rake their forest. They take down, if a tree comes down, they take it down. They say you have 18 months. After that, it's like a matchstick. And I know environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees to just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone, and they burn. You know, interestingly, because I was at Paradise, who is the general, right? Long time ago, I was at Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how is it doing, by the way? Are they rebuilding, right? Remember when he said, you were up here, President. I went there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay because the trees are loaded with water. They sucked that water out of the ground. And this was an inferno, just like, I would say, no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problem. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down, and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires here. They just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state. It's a fantastic place, and we're going to have a big celebration soon. We're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffers. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going and going, and then they'd find another area. It was like a genius. On the other side, the fire was a genius, the way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made the deal with the Olympics. I was called by your former mayor, and he said, would you call the Olympics? Because I must tell you, the Democrats, as you know, were not calling. They wouldn't do it. There was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. Gianni was great, the head of it, and so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. I said, oh, boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, I won't be president because it would have been the 4 years. And, in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So we have the three biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know, and if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President?
Okay, I'll do
Mr. President, thank you
Sure,
for coming
thank you, Brad.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making feel most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of, but I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy, and I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also, on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs, but how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
We'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr. President.
Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape, we could get people back building as fast as possible, and we're going to continue doing that.
Mayor, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope you're right.
You can hold me to it.
There's 4 groups said that.
No.
That would be they should be able to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help.
You've got it. I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be 0 delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resource.
I am more worried because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly. And they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste, what's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire, and there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation, but it's apocalyptic in Altadena, and thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing, and there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area with the Eaton fire, and thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena.
Yeah.
She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help, and I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing, and I like the way you express yourself beautifully, actually, but I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it, okay? So we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, and we'll work closely. Yeah, we'll work closely, and I know your community was really devastated. incredibly. So we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up. Supervisor
Yes, please, go ahead.
Kappenberger, and I also represent Altadena. And what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life, and it is actually at one time was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of your people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them and work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck. And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this,
how are they doing with CEQA?
How are they doing?
How is it? What's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
It adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's
and
waived,
Coastal Commission also.
He waived that.
We're going to have to override the Coastal Commission, because I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
okay. Thank you. Thank you, David.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley in Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the...
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
Yeah. You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up, and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land, they say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. And it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100. And it's among the best, they say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't, it's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire. But it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group. And Darrell, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing, because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, you know, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous when you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone, that even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment?
Kevin Kiley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you don't know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets.
It's true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims, and we make sure that, that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr. President,
be happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News, but I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades, as do other colleagues. One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases, because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water, except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. 2 guys showed up in a truck, 2 neighbors. We found 2 more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors, what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question? And the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policy. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
Good idea. Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, do we all like
He's
Rick?
very
He was
busy.
ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here, and I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, you know, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, you know, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, and small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration, and she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money and other exchanges, actually. Fantastic people. And she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here, and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady, because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here. Very, very similar situation. So different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that. Please. Jay? Is that local? You got to. I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits. And you know, the problem with permits, it only takes one. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know, you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours, it's not going to help you very much. So they have to work on that. It's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
6 months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe, and we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't
Yes,
cost
and
a
they
lot.
can,
You
and
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No, no,
by
no,
the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family...
People are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not
that.
that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract
If
that's going to
individuals
charge him
want to build-
$25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most
a
important
week
thing
is
is
a
for
long
people
time.
to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
Last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years,
right.
We are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things. Require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little
We're
things
gonna
like
do
water.
that for
You
them.
know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
That's right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merits shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They use the environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property and they want to clean out their property, and you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house, because they went through hell, and they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans, and I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault. Yeah. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Mr. President.
Sir, go ahead. Thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
That was so terrible.
That 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost, and there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you people.
And FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up, because we're latter January here. And you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for 1 million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built, and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It was closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir,
it's already there. Yeah.
Had the reservoir above Santa Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000.
That reservoir's been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city
Good.
and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do. Thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA's not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles, or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska, and now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs, but each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA, and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits, because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them. And Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. Do you know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost four. You lost your 4 schools. Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them? No, you can't. No.
That's right.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
They brought thousands of people in. I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has a Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep thousands?
How many people do you have in California? 36? How many? How many million? How many million people do you have?
But
you have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people. The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And I can live either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
Do you know who came in and fixed North Carolina or the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization's a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we
that
can
you
spend
can get
money
a
on
better
schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
It takes you so much longer.
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half $1 million
you did something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And
Brad, me?
Every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll tell you this,
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago they all left. And 2 years ago they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no idea.
And the insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I read the papers very well, and they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. I get that.
They're pulling out of Florida
Brad,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah, and Mr. President, I remember the.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think one, to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
Oh, you mean loser pays. I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. I bring that up, but the only problem? The strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here.
Yep,
right?
that's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give them the permits. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly, but you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Right. That's right. Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice. Well, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard, and we have, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. You used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us. And we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
we did a good job with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible
We've had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yeah,
it's because of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're not.
You got to remove it. You got to remove it, and you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean,
right.
You got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, "Do it, get it done," and everybody laughed. They thought it was. I said, "Forest management." They thought it was such a funny term. Ha ha ha! That's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore, we were right.
It's number one cause of these fires. Number one cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, that get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job, that, right? It's all
Berry Creek,
a con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district, CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have.
Well, it will happen here
Palisades.
Unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot? The house there's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there, and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one. They certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here, I can tell you that. And we're going to override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easy, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency, it's called an emergency petition, and you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission, because a commission gets bogged down a little bit, Darrell, right? So it's if you had the right individual. And I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community. But it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people. And these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. And it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard, and I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Brad. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Fred. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Tom. Let me shake you. You're right. Good. It'll work out. It's gonna work out. Congratulations. Thank you.
Look forward to you coming back.
We'll be back. Thank you.
President, I want you to meet our state
He's been with you from the beginning. Honor to meet you.
See you again.
All right, live coverage. You're watching RSBN Live from Los Angeles. You see President Trump there on the right side of your screen saying, quote, "There could be no golden age without the Golden State." Also saying he's declaring the LA wildfire situation a national emergency, which will bring surging federal assistance to the state. And Robert, we saw him there sitting there almost apprentice style in some ways. But, you know, obviously not only the commander-in-chief, but takes actual authority and command over any kind of meeting.
And right in between his special envoy for special missions, a position recently established for Rick Grinnell and, of course, our First Lady Melania Trump. But this is where President Trump shines in his leadership style of asking those questions and, you know, having those healthy, robust debates and willing to work with everyone. I think that's a big difference you see with some of the congressmen and the mayor, Karen Bass, sitting around him. They have different philosophies because they've been so heavily involved in bureaucracy, where this is where he shines. This is his brilliance in being a builder. He understands that people want to get in. And even Melania Trump speaking earlier in Slovenian to one of the victims of the burned homes. And he said, look, there's nothing left to burn. They can get in there right now, clean it up themselves. They don't need permit upon permit upon permit. We don't need the coastal council to come on in and make more rules and regulations. That's been the problem with the Golden State. Too much red tape.
So he's saying he's going to override that coastal council, that coastal commission there, and take care of business. And to your point, you know, when people watch this on wherever they're watching right now from the Southern California area, they see someone in President Trump that is just like themselves. That's how somebody would respond to an official and say, no, we want to get this done now, not in 7 days from now, not in this 18-month situation. Let's get it taken care of. So, you know, President Trump lobbying and working for the people there, but not really only lobbying. I mean, he has a lot of power, of course. So, again, declaring a national emergency for Southern California there in Los Angeles. That means there will be a surge, he says, of federal assistance to the Golden State. Once again, there could be no golden age without the Golden State, according to the president there, as you see on the right side of your screen. So what we're going to do now is see if we continue this live feed all the way through to where Marine One is parked outside and not too far from there. So we'll see if we get all the camera angles to Marine One. He'll take off from Pacific Palisades and go about 20-25 minutes to LAX, where Air Force One is standing by. We'll also stay here on the network for the takeoff of Air Force One, which will go all the way to Las Vegas for tomorrow's huge rally. Now, when I say huge rally, it's huge because it's his first, well, is it his second now as the president, right?
The second as the president, the second in 2025 after the Capital One Arena last week in Washington, D.C.
All right, so going from, you know, D.C., of course, to Vegas when it comes to the rallies. So we're hearing that, of course, there'll be a line outside, a huge line, as you guys have grown accustomed to when you watch the network here at Right Side. You see We the People outside. So tomorrow, having that coverage, I'll be able to watch from my home, as I'll be with my wife and my baby tomorrow. And but seeing Robert McNeely and Christina Loren there live interviewing everybody, I mean, it's just going to be awesome to watch this tomorrow.
It's going to be an exciting time. I love these rallies, and it's exciting to see because we thought we might be in a post-rally era, but President Trump jumping right back into it a week into office, less than a week, and 2 rallies already. So it might be a great vehicle for him to communicate with the American people on a regular basis.
So the Silver State getting ready, the people in Nevada and anywhere else in the region there that just realized, oh wow, President Trump's on his way for a rally. This is not the nominee president. This is not the candidate. This is not the president-elect. It's the 47th Commander-in-Chief of our great land. So President Trump working hard for the people of California. And earlier today, as you saw in Western North Carolina, working hard for the people of North Carolina, the Tar Heel State. Great coverage in the sense of a lot of live access today, as you guys have seen, from Air Force One, Marine One. How about that aerial tour? How awesome was that?
Well, that was exciting. What a great shot to see. Beautiful southern coast. And President Trump, of course, in Marine One and back in the action. So reminded me of Top Gun, as you mentioned earlier, too. Kind of wanted to play some of that music in the background because it's just what a sight to see President Trump really embracing this role. And that great helmet, the battalion chief, the gift from Firehouse 69 in Pacific Palisades. Really an exciting thing to see. And then, of course, the gentleman, the fireman, saying that, welcome back, sir. We're happy to have you home.
And again, to Kendra and Elizabeth, who joined us earlier, that have faced the devastating wildfires, we're not just moving on from your situation. We understand and heard your situation here at the network, and it was broadcast throughout the country. And anybody that has internet access across the globe and understands the English language, or even within a translation, you never know, has heard the story of your devastation there when it comes to losing so much in just the Eaton fire. This with the Pacific Palisades tour there by the president, so he knows about all of the fires, of course, and is working on the surge of federal assistance to the state, something that President Trump has declared a national emergency, again saying there will be no golden age without the Golden State. It's perfectly said, but again, this is not just ever political theater. This is not just words. It's always action with this president.
It is. He does not back down. Forget 100 days, 100 hours of what he has accomplished with executive orders and freeing political prisoners, getting ready to drill for liquid gold, securing the southern border, and it will continue. He does not back down. He's doing it in a sense of great charity and bipartisanship as well, and a calm, steady hand. And it's a new, refined President Trump in the sense that I think he's truly willing, ready, and able to work with just about anybody because he's so aware of what's happened in D.C. and that regardless if there's an R or a D next to the name, that really doesn't matter. And I predict right now one of his greatest allies in the Senate is going to be John Fetterman. And we're going to see that perhaps with this weekend. As Senator John Thune said, okay, if you want to play games on the other side with confirmations, especially with the rest of the national security team, we're going to work on the weekend. And so we might have a vote on Pete Hegseth this weekend, and John Fetterman might just be that one Democrat to support him.
And that would be great to see, and you'd have that coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, specifically whether that's live right here on the network. We will definitely be live tomorrow for the rally, but also on X, on Truth Social, and all of our platforms out there. So again, we're looking at the live picture there in Los Angeles, California. President Trump, of course, wrapping that Firehouse Roundtable. Now, speaking of first responders, and then shifting over to law enforcement and military, our U.S. Marines, 1,500 of them, or a portion of that 1,500 number, are boots on the ground right now on the southern border. I'm thinking that recruitment in the military and in law enforcement, now that we have peace through strength with the military, now that we have law and order through the president, maybe recruitment and the personnel and the staffing levels will increase as that feed there, of course, ending live right now as we take a beautiful, beautiful look at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The thing is, Robert, let's talk about the municipalities, the boroughs, the towns, the local areas, right? The cities, the county, all of that. They have to follow suit, though, with the president when it comes to law and order. I mean, we've interviewed some sheriffs here at the network. They're ready to go, but everybody has to do it.
I mean, if you look at Section 8 of U.S. Code 1324, if you harbor an illegal alien, that is a felony and punishable by up to 1 or more years in prison. So you have people like Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois and Mayor Brandon Johnson of Chicago saying they will stand in the way. They have not yet, because we know ICE agents have been on the ground and made arrests in the city of Chicago in the last 72 hours, but you have defiant voices still, and maybe that's political rhetoric at this point, because they're smart enough to realize that if they do harbor illegal aliens, they're getting in the way of law and order, and they have no jurisdiction over that. This is a federal issue, and that's why ICE and DHS moving in quickly under the leadership of Border Czar Tom Homan.
Now that we're looking at the East Coast, and to your point earlier about the DOD Secretary nomination of Pete Hegseth, on Truth Social, election wizard saying, happening, Senate voting to confirm Hegseth as Defense Secretary. So if there is a live feed of that on our way as we look to see President Trump take off from Marine One to go from Pacific Palisades to LAX, where Air Force One is, maybe we can see a live pool feed of that. So producers, if we could see it, great. That would be the Senate voting to confirm Hegseth as Defense Secretary, if there is a feed of that. Also, it is the top of the hour right now, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 6 o'clock in the West Coast. Okay, so we are hearing that we will get that Senate confirmation hearing for Pete Hegseth as well. So more of a 24/7 live stream here happening at Right Side Broadcasting Network, covering America First News, you know, wall to wall, and definitely looking forward to that rally coverage tomorrow as well. So again, the Senate voting to confirm Pete Hegseth as the Defense Secretary. So the Department of Defense, of course, the Pentagon, you're looking live right there in Washington, D.C. So as soon as we see the president going from Marine One to LAX, we'll show you that as well. And then if we get a feed to the Air Force One plane taking off, we'll go to that too. So to your point, I mean, this would be great to see this happen here tonight.
And we have a potential situation where it looks like Vice President Vance may be on the dais, if my eyesight is clear at the moment, but he might have to be the tie-break vote tonight, because at least of what has been spoken on, we have 3 Republican senators, Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins, who have been vocally opposed to Pete Hegseth. And then, of course, John Fetterman of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the one Democrat in support. If that goes the way it's supposed to, or at least alluded to, you then have that tie, and then Vice President Vance, in his role as President of the Senate, would then vote in the affirmative to vote for Pete Hegseth. We're going to toss straight to the Senate now as they are voting on this nomination.
Murray, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, and Wyden. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no.
All right, so we're seeing that feed there in, I believe that, yeah, that's California right there. As you see the bottom right of your screen in the Senate chamber there, as we await the Senate confirmation for Pete Hegseth. On the left side of your screen, a little bit of a choppy picture, of course, with the live feed. So as soon as we get a stronger feed there, that is the motorcade headed towards Marine One. President Trump to board that great helicopter there, and then on the way again to Los Angeles, the LAX airport, to board Air Force One. So in the meantime, let's go back to the Senate chamber there in Washington, and as soon as we get a better, stronger signal of the president on the way to Marine One, we will go to all of it here at the network, as you can see on various screens. So let's go back to the Senate floor right now.
Mr. Sanders? No. Mr. Risch? Aye. Mr. Curtis? Aye. Mr. Sheehy? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Ms. Warren? No. Ms. Hirono? No. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Schumer? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Hawley? Aye. Mr. King? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Warnock? No. Ms. Cantwell. No. Ms. Blunt Rochester. No. Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Gallego. No. Yeah. Mrs. Britt. Aye. Mr. Langford, aye.
But they're old enough now to stay with themselves.
Yeah, they're 13. They're fine. I don't worry about it.
Mr. Van Hollen. No.
Or doing something stupid.
Mr. Peters. No.
Burning the house down.
Yeah.
Mr. Markey. No.
But I've been funny. I've been watching them all day.
Mr. Bennett.
No, I have like a track.
No.
And that's why I see
Mr. Schmidt, aye.
I've been like following them around. And they've been
Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Cruz.
within
Aye.
at like 6:30. I looked at
Mr. Grassley.
about a mile.
Aye.
My mother's 87 and she can FaceTime.
Mr. Bozeman, aye.
At the same time, and I know she's doing it.
Mr. Welch, no.
And he lets me track him.
Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Hoven, aye.
And when I would preside, when we'd go in, she said, I
Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no.
I'm still going to go there tonight. Reaches 50 votes threshold and advances tiebreak. Awesome.
We like to hear that.
Like Fetterman. He's not your favorite Democrat.
We might be just closing out the broadcast. Check. Hello? Well, we're seeing a lot of different developments right now, including Pete Hegseth will be the next Secretary of Defense of our Department of Defense. Of course, Vice President Vance on his way to that tiebreaker vote. On the left side of your screen, even though a dark image right now, Marine One, where President Trump is, will be getting off of that helicopter. We'll take that live as he boards Air Force One on his way to Las Vegas for tomorrow's great rally, which you can see right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So why don't we take the live feed from the Marine One as we listen in and just enjoy the experience here when it comes to Pete Hegseth, the fact that he will be sworn in, not right this second, as the Senate is now just confirming the vote there. The tiebreak vote goes to Vice President J.D. Vance, who will be in the Senate chamber there in just a minute. And we're looking live in California as well. This is Pacific Palisades or actually this is back in Los Angeles at LAX, where President Trump will be jumping on board there to Air Force One. So let's listen in live to the footage there in Los Angeles right now.
Everybody's vote. And very importantly, we
get to fantastic meetings in North Carolina and also in Los Angeles. And we made a lot of progress with traffic events and traffic. And we appreciate you being here, and we're going home. No, we just had a good talk. We're on the same team. We want to get it fixed. So we had a very good talk with the governor, had a very, very good talk.
What do you think of Mr. McConnell voting against Hegseth nomination?
I didn't know that. I just know we won. I didn't know that. I think the mayor got the message that you've got to cut red tape and get stuff done. I hope the mayor got the message, yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I hope so. Look, I think she means well. But these people want to get about building their house. They're not going to wait around 18 months, and they're not going to wait around a long time. So we're going to give an immediate permit.
Are you concerned about any other nominations for confirmation in the Senate?
No, I'm honored to have Pete. I think Pete's going to be a great Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and we're honored to have him.
I apologize. I couldn't hear you. Did you say you were speaking to him on the phone?
No, I did speak to Pete, yeah, in the plane, in the helicopter. I think Pete is going to be a great Secretary of Defense.
Are you disappointed that McConnell voted no?
I didn't even know that. No, I don't know that. I just heard that we won. Winning is what matters, right? So thank you very much, everybody. Are you going on the plane? Good. Maybe I'll see you on the plane. We'll see you on the plane. Thank you.
9:45 on the East Coast, 6:45 on the West Coast. You've been watching live coverage here. You saw President Trump there boarding Air Force One as the press is getting cleared out of the way. Now, I believe the shot will still be back onto Air Force One as they move further away from the aircraft to see the president take off. Now, that's not confirmed yet, but if we see the live picture, we'll watch it here with you and see the president take off as he goes to Las Vegas as his next stop, getting ready for that rally tomorrow. Also, bottom right of your screen, what we're seeing is that we will be having a new defense secretary in Pete Hegseth. The tying vote at 50-50, but the break of the tie is from Vice President J.D. Vance. So President Trump walking to the reporters there and saying, we have a new Secretary of Defense. So that happening. So if we see the Vice President there at all, we might, maybe we do see him already. Why don't we take it live real quick there, and then let's go back. Let's have, maybe we could split screen a little bit with the Air Force One as well.
So what do we think about this Hague certificate? Okay. All right. Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed. The Majority Leader.
And I ask unanimous consent that with respect to the Hegseth nomination, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Further, that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Nome nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security. Signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size MyPillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.